I go out in the wind, I'm not able to take off.
There's a couple door prizes on the membership table.
Yeah, yeah.
And as usual, that's for the banquet.
Yep. All right, are we ready? Tell me when we're live.
Yep,
We're live? Okay. Well, buenos dias, guten tag, bonjour. Welcome to the 40th Chicago TI International World Fair. This is our 40th, and I'd like to take just a minute to go back over a little bit of history. I remember when I went to my first fair in 1985, it was a huge event. There were something in the neighborhood of 4,000 people that attended that fair. Obviously, we don't get 4,000 people anymore, but we still get a decent crowd. The few, the willing, the able show up, and we appreciate it. And they come, they bring things. Things are coming in the door even as I speak. People are coming in. We never know what is going to be here, who is going to be here. Every year is a little bit different. Every year is a surprise, and always a welcome surprise as well. As I said, we've been doing this for 40 years. I've been doing it for 30 years, roughly, since 1990. And in that time, I have seen an exponential growth in what is available for the TI, for our beloved computer. It's amazing that people are still inventing, developing, programming, doing all those things that keep our community alive. And I, for one, appreciate it very much. I know that other people who are just coming into the community, and we have some here today, also are amazed by what can be done by a machine that hasn't been made in, well, almost 40 years. So without too much further ado, I'd like to, first of all, welcome everyone that's in the room today. We have a goodly number of people for where we are today. But I have to relate quickly a little story that may kind of sum up what's been going on here. About 10 days ago, 2 weeks ago, a good friend, someone I've known for over 60 years, passed away, and we weren't able to attend the funeral. However, the woman's daughter wrote to me and said, the funeral will be broadcast online. I'd never been to a funeral online in my life. And I'm wondering if that isn't perhaps the future of the world as we know it today, that things will be less and less personal and more electronic. And I think that that's kind of a sad thing. I know that this fair would not exist without the people that come, that bring things, that bring knowledge, that do demos, that are part of this community. And if it weren't for them coming, we probably would have stopped doing this in the past. So the pandemic is more or less over. We're facing a recession, I understand. But I would urge anyone who's watching this online right now, if you can come, please do. We usually have visitors from overseas. This year, we do have, it is an international fair because we do have visitors from Canada. So in years past, we've had visitors from Denmark, from Holland, the Netherlands, from France, from Australia, from Singapore, all over. And I'd like to see more of that. I'd like to see more people come in from the rest of the world. I know it's a long way, and I know it's expensive these days, but it sure would be nice to see you and connect with all of the people from around the world. So that's about it. The fair is still going, and the fair will go on as long as we think that people really want to have a fair. We have financially secure at the moment. We can continue to put this on. We can continue to showcase the TI community, the TI computer that we all love. And we have a number of interesting demonstrations today. We have some stuff that uses big steel, the original TI equipment. We also have some things that use emulators, and we'll get into all of that in a little while. We'll start out today. Our first presenter is going to be the president of our group, Victor Stirrup. And Vic is going to come up and he's going to, well, you'll find out what he's going to do. And that's about it for me. I'm going to call Vic up now. We're going to turn the lights down a little bit so that the screen can be seen for all the people who are here, and you can see it at home as well. And then without much further ado, Vic, come on up. We're going to mic you up. We're going to come over here, have a seat, and I'll bring the microphone to you. If I can.
Technology wins.
Did we turn this on, by the way?
Yeah, you're loud and clear.
Oh, good.
We're okay for you.
All right, let's clip it on your shirt on this side.
Yeah, I wore one with a
Either
lapel
side.
today.
Either side, but right there will work. And I'm going to turn the lights down.
Okay. Okay, well, my presentation today is about a year ago. I bought a Raspberry Pi 4 mini game machine. Is this showing up on anything? I want to. Yeah, you can see it now. This is whimsically put in a miniature Nintendo box. Is this camera live? Okay. Yeah, and so this one was set up real nice. It has the heat sinks, the miniature fan, the power input, 2 HDMI outputs, 4 USB connectors, and a Cat 5 connector. I'm going to put the cover back on so the fan can work. This ran me about, say, $160 last year. It came with 2 very economical controllers, which is the nicest thing you can say about them, but just priced down. So the screen that you see here is the TI-99 SIM menu screen for this, and you use some different key presses to operate it from a TI. So the red highlighted item is a 1 meg supercart, and you can use the arrow keys, it was on a screensaver, to the 2 meg, 4A flyer, amazing. It puts everything in alphabetical order. So if we want to select a particular cartridge, like the 1 meg supercart, you press the letter A, you do not press enter. And after a few moments, the 1 meg supercart menu comes up. There we go. You get the TI screen. Now on this screen, now you're in TI mode, you can use any key. So we'll use the any key, and we have 1 for basic, 2 for games. Pressing 2 for games, now we have the first menu screen of the 1 meg supercart. And it goes from adventure, down to fireball. If I press the space bar, we get the next menu screen. Goes from Galaxia down to Munchmobile. The third menu screen, Nature's Way to Spad 13. Fourth menu screen, Soundtrack Trolley to Wing War. Pressing the space bar again, you get back to the first menu screen. So now in any of these, you can select the particular game by pressing the appropriate button, like J for Bigfoot. So now we're into the Milton Bradley Bigfoot. And this is the demonstration mode that comes with the game. And with this game, you're attempting to capture Bigfoot. And you've got some items, tokens you have to pick up. before you get there. So you have to pick up a box of supplies first, and then you can pick up a shimmering gold, and you're allowed to drop down one level. Anything more than that and your adventurer gets hurt. Bigfoot is very clever. He keeps throwing boulders at you. It's a little dark.
Are you using a USB keyboard?
Yes, yes, this was set up with the USB keyboard. I just grabbed the common one.
I'll get you, Bigfoot.
Yeah, so it's a Wally Cox type. So pressing the key on the controller, I can operate, and I can get smacked off that level. Those boulders are insidious. They will always head for you no matter where you're standing. But yeah, to exit the game, there's no function equal in this mode, but you press the escape key, gets you out of the TI mode back to the emulator. The 2 meg supercard has its menu screen just like the 1 meg supercard does, but it's like 6 or 7 pages. You got 4A flyer. Again, you press A to select what you want. Now, one advantage of this kind of machine is instead of having the console, cartridges, a P box, and whatever, you got something small enough you could Velcro onto the back of a TV or a monitor. And for a flyer. It says release alpha lock. I don't know where alpha lock is on this on this simulator. Now this is using TI-99 sim, and off of Western Horizon Technologies website, and these are all the cartridge files that are in the TI-99 sim folder. So
Does it do only cartridges?
well, let's escape out of here. No, it does, yes, it does only cartridges. It has to be a cartridge file. Because further down in the menu, we got Texas Instruments Extended Basic. We have Microsoft Multiplan, which immediately crashes because, of course, it can't find a disk with the name Multi on it. But here's Multiplan. And there are 2 floppy disk files in this simulator, but I haven't learned how to access them yet. So you could run Multiplan here. Cartridges, anything that's been turned into a .bin file for like a Finalgram, or for a, so that's what all your EA5 programs, Extended Basic, stuff like that. We've got Music Maker, Neverlander. I remember when that disc came out here.
So we can play Parsec on a 60-inch HDMI TV.
Yes. So I'm trying to load the, it takes a few moments to load. Here's the Erasmus collection with Bouncy, Jet Set Willie, his sports game, Saber Wolf, Flappy Game. It's as unplayable on the TI as it is on your cell phone. TI Scramble, Titanium. TI Scramble was always fun. I remember the first time I played Scramble, I saw somebody playing it and I put my quarter in the machine. And I did good until I got to the fireballs. And
Ready to start?
as you know, in this one, you try to shoot everything you can. You can maneuver your little white ship. You try avoiding getting shot down or crashing into the ground, picking up fuel tanks and stuff like that. So, yeah, Rasmus did a fun job of porting this. Red Planet Rescue. Okay, this might seem strange for you. I got 3 Return to Pirate Isle there. And it's not Pirate Isle Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3. There were 3 separate instances of Return to Pirate Isle in the cartridge files. And they had slightly different spellings of the name. So I just respelled them all and I numbered them, but they're all pretty much the same game. Rotor Raiders.
Same thing with River Rescue.
Yeah, the same thing. So anything you see a 1, 2, that's what that is. They're both the same name, same game. Here's Sorgan. Trying to answer your question there. Okay, here's Super Extended Basic. Here's what I've highlighted. And that was what from, forget who did that, Triton, or no, it wasn't Dead Biotics, it was somebody else. But yeah, the Super Extended Basic cartridge where you could do a CallCat Disc 1 or HDMI 1, or not HDMI.
And I think normally that's actually given as SEB.
Yeah.
Super Extended Basic for the Triton one, because SXB was the JK&H software routines.
Well, let's take a peek at it. But in any case, the high point of it is anything that could be put on a cartridge for the TI. Yeah, this is Super X Basic. It just comes up ready. But I remember I really liked it, especially a long time ago, as a finding out what was on a disc. Doing the CallCat, disc 1. Tennis, the Attack, TI Logo 2. That is the second version of TI Logo. Here's Texas Instruments Extended Basic. And here you got 3 identical versions of Treasure Island. And Tunnels of Doom starts up, but it looks for a data file. It asks you where it's at. I can't figure out how to hook a cassette player up to this thing, or a floppy disk. However, it does have disks built into it. So that's where it asks you cassette, disk 1, or other. So you could run Tunnels of Doom if I had a data file on one of the disks. In all honesty, if I had taken the time to learn TI-99 sim correctly, I'd be able to do that. I'd be able to take disks in .dsk format and put them on one of the virtual floppies in here. 2 versions of that, 2 versions of that. Let me get up to my favorite OS so I can show you at least. Now this micro SD card I bought online from a vendor had already prepared it with TI-99 sim and with all the cartridge files from Western Horizon Technologies. So here's RXB, and then we can go to the editor assembler page and press D for directory, and I can say 1 for what's on disk 1. Well, it sees a disk here, but it's sort of corrupted. But if I tell it D for directory and 2, then it comes up, okay, here's directory 2. So it sees that there's something that thinks it's a floppy disk in here, 360 sectors, and no files on it. However, I've tried in BASIC to write just a 1-line program and save it to disk 1 or disk 2, and it fails. So what I have to do...
Looks like it's protected.
It is. I would have to do one of those, hang on. Trying to adapt from sim mode to TI mode here on which key to press can be confusing sometimes. I wrote my notes down on everything I have to do and what does what. But yeah, let's look at that again. Darn it. Do the directory, and that was 2?
Yeah. Yeah, type P.
Okay, so it's a protected disk. I'd have to figure out on how to unprotect that.
You have Disk Manager 2 as one of the module images?
No, it's not on here. However, there's a real blast from the past on here.
No one at home can hear the questions being asked, so you have to repeat the question. You've got that lavalier mic and it's real close.
Very well. No, I do not have a disk manager cartridge, but I do have this old, for some reason, TI Workshop is on here. And I remember this was a all-purpose Swiss Army knife of cartridges that Data Biotics had produced. And it gave you a whole bunch of stuff you could do. Configure system, memory, okay. 3, disk manager. File, disk, copy, protect, unprotect, delete all files, sector editor. So that would be,
Only 2.
Two, yeah.
Not 2.
Well, try initializing the disk then.
There was an unprotect on the previous.
But that was for files.
yeah.
Try initializing it.
I would initialize 1, not 2.
3, okay, so if we go to initialize a disk, let's do that drive number 1, which was scrambled up. Okay, and it defaults to the minimums, 4111, verify. See if this can actually do anything or if it just wipes out my whole simulation disk. Okay,
Now, do file utilities for disk 1. Error.
disk not initialized, okay. File utilities, let's look at disk 2. Okay, this is at disk 2 that showed up as a good disk, but you had said that it was protected.
Try initializing that one.
Okay. Disk utilities.
So you should try 4 first.
What's for?
Option 4,
Which was that?
that was just to see what's under the protect all files or unprotect files. Just see if it had a disk option there to unprotect.
Yeah, I don't know how to back up out of this now.
Alt 9.
Yes, okay.
Try or 5, unprotected.
5, unprotect all 5. All files, 5. Disk number 2. Diskette is empty. Okay.
Try writing to it now.
If I remember right, the protected letter
Mm-hmm.
disk
Yeah.
is actually in the disk header, not in the file header section.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I have the, on my machine over on the desk, I have the immediate mode code for protecting and unprotecting disks and for individual files, as I demonstrated on the, I'll go back to the main menu.
Yeah, disk U's got it built in as well.
Yeah, yeah, if we had a copy of disk U or even DM1000. But here, we can go back up to RXB, see what it says. Yeah, I was surprised to see TI Workshop. I got that cartridge when it first came out, and I used the heck out of it, and it was a lot of fun. So the directory on disk 2. It still says protected there. Okay, well,
Try initializing it.
we did.
No, not this one. You tried 1, not this 2.
We didn't try down? Okay, we'll go back down. What we got to lose? Okay. I like this. It's a lot more fun with input from everybody rather than doing something online or a pre-recorded show where it's just static. Disk manager, disk utilities. Number 4, initialize a disk. Number 2, disk, initialize it again. Okay, and just press enter. Well, that was awful quick. Okay, and we can't see if it's protected or...
Marked it as test, so that tells me it didn't actually work.
Yeah.
No, it didn't. Okay. So, well, we got a sector editor, but that's getting a little beyond the scope of this demonstration, which was to show if you like the TI games and you want to play something and either you don't have a console and a P box or you don't want to go to have that much actually set up, this could go right on the back of your monitor. And in addition to these controllers, any USB controller can work, including the Batwing, like the PlayStation style controllers. But everything seems to run just fine. The biggest problem is always the operator. But seeing somebody else play a game is probably about the most boring thing there is. I can show you that they work. Video Chess, Video Vegas, Wing War, XB 2.6 says it's on here, but I don't know what you do without disk access. Yeah. So that's ready. Boy, if I could get something like the Missing Link or one of the other enhanced GEM projects on this, it'd be great. But I have to go through TI-99 Sim, and I have to learn how to set up a disk so it works. Extended Basic Plus. And going off the bottom of the screen brings it back up on the top. So any other questions, anything you want to see?
TI-99 Sim, is that the, sort of like an emulator itself, or is it the front end to something like MAME or something else in the back end?
As far as I can tell, TI-99 Sim,
So that the people at home will know what the answer means?
Barry asked if, what was it, if 99 Sim was,
Is that this emulator itself, or is it the front end to
oh, as far as I can tell, TI-99 Sim is a complete standalone emulator. It's not the front end for MAME or a subset of another emulator.
Okay.
It's its complete package. Like I showed here, by pressing the arrow key left and right, this isn't quite idiot-proof to turn loose with the kids. They can still push buttons on here and mess it up real good. It's not like buying, an arcade console where you can't do anything to it. So pressing the arrow keys here, you go through your audio configuration, Bluetooth, a configuration editor, emulation station themes, a file manager. There's even Wi-Fi down here on the bottom. And I've read where I know that, the Raspberry Pis, they want to use Wi-Fi to load all the software on there and to configure them and everything. RetroPie setup here. Yeah, they have that whimsical picture of, okay. So now you can go through that and you could set up, how's that showing up on the big screen? It's a little cramped. Yeah, that is a little cramped. This would be better on a flat panel monitor where you can read it. I'm going to exit from this so I don't mess something up.
So Vic, if by any chance you can post an image of that SD card, anybody with a Raspberry Pi can basically do what you're doing without necessarily having the whole package, right?
Yeah, the SD card was a bit of a interesting find. I had bought this machine as a online as a 8,000 video games in one machine, and it has over 24 consoles. The Nintendo, the Atari, Vectrex, TurboGrafx. Has a whole bunch of consoles and a total of like 8,000 individual games on its own menu system. And doing some more searching, I found a vendor that had an entire TI on a micro SD card. It was like about $40 or $50.
Also the selling.
Yeah, because he was just selling just the card. And so I had paid that vendor for him to set up TI-99 SIM and to import all those files off a Western WHT website on their cartridge file folder. And so it was a setup operation. I just took the games SD card out there, I put in the TI cartridge card in there, turned it on, and it ran. Everything ran. So I haven't learned on how to do all this stuff. What I have learned is you press the enter key, it takes you to this menu screen where you have another whole bunch of settings, and you have quit, and you press A, and like a regular computer, they want you to shut this thing down cleanly by doing this, rather than just turning the power off. They don't want you to just yank its tail out of the wall and kill it. But the machine is set up real nice. I'll turn the power off. And when I turn it back on again, the Raspberry Pi will start up automatically. And you'll see the startup routine as it finds the HDMI outputs. It finds the controllers that are plugged in, finds the keyboard. I think I had it set up for verbose, where it would show you all that stuff as it's going through. Maybe I turned it off. But it'll come up with the TI color bar screen first. And then if you press any key on that, you have the 1 for basic, 2 for parsec. So somehow he's got it set up to always start on parsec as a default. It is working, you haven't lost it. I must have reconfigured it or something so it's not verbose, so you don't see all the text going by. Bear with us here. But I've had a ton of fun with this, where I could set it up, where I couldn't set up a regular TI. Using the different controllers is different than using the TI.
And you said that the emulation is rock solid. I mean, you don't, on the games you play, you don't see anything unexpected?
No, it has the sound. Some people had asked me if I had, today, if I had any problems with sound on it. And I think one artifact is like the third channel sound doesn't work. And the person had asked about a particular, hello?
I think it's stuck, it's just blinking on and off. You might have restarted it too.
I can't see that button from there. Let me shut it off longer. He asked if the sound, I had a particular artifact on one program. And I tried running that game and it sounded the same on the Real Steel as it did on this. But I think that's one complaint that some people have. Let's try starting it again. Is
Real aluminum.
yeah, with the real machine. We'll try starting it up again and see how.
File systems.
I just did what I wasn't supposed to do, which is turn the power off while it was running, but there you go. That's a splash screen you should get. Retro Pi. And this facet. So it's interesting, the micro SD card I got with the 8,000 games, I put it in my computer and I peeked at the files, and there's a folder for the TI on it that had 0 items in it. And then I looked at this cartridge with the TI system, and there's all this stuff, and there's all these folders with nothing in it, and only the TI folder had something in it. So if I feel real brave, I might try copying that over to another card, or cloning a card to start with, and then having a third card to play around with, so if I screw it up, I won't cry too hard. All right, this is how it starts up. And press the any key, it starts up for parsec. Press the any key. Takes it a few seconds to
begin.
So you got your speech. You got left, right, up, down. You got fire.
Alien craft advancing.
And you got pesky ships that I miss and run into.
Alert. Alien craft advancing.
And if I lasted long enough, I could go to the refueling tunnel. I can hit them once in a while. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any latency in the system. I push a button and it fires. I push a button and the ship moves.
Alert.
So we'll quit that. Now once I press escape, then it goes into emulation station mode, and now here's that menu screen that you saw when we first started. So I just have to learn how to use this system correctly, RetroPie, and load some data on those floppy disks. Some Tunnels of Doom games, anything else. Okay, anything else? That's pretty much it then.
Yeah, thanks, Victor.
Thank you.
Turn the lights on for a moment.
Let me get this microphone off.
What was the website you went to you get the RetroPie stuff set up? Was that just WHT, or was it somewhere else?
WHT has the files for TI-99 sim and the .ctg cartridge files that this uses. And I had downloaded, this is what I usually do, is I'll make a binder. Hang on, took the microphone off for some reason. I'll have a binder, and I'll have it set up with the operating instructions on how to use this. And then I downloaded every page out of TI-99 sim on how to use it, the additions to it, and then there's an actual very fine print, how to create TI-99 sim, how to put it on a cartridge, how to copy the files, and how to set it up. I cheated. I just paid a vendor for the micro SD card that was already set up. But it's there, it's possible.
You must have a subscription with Office Depot.
Yeah. So let me shut this down correctly. And if I don't put everything in one spot like this, it's then, then I pick up this piece of paper, and then I pick up that piece of paper, and I lose stuff and I can never find it. Okay, it looks like it's shut down correctly. Let me give you the microphone, Hal.
Okay. There we go. Well, thank you, Vic. That was very interesting. Now I should remind all the presenters that this is a close-talking lavalier mic, and the only person that can be heard in the whole room is the person wearing the mic. So when you're asking a question, the presenter has to state the question so that the answer makes some sense to everybody at home. We all know what the question is, but they don't know at home. So if you answer a technical question in particular, you have to state the question again so that the answer will Makes sense. What we're going to do now is we're going to, where are we going to be? Over here? Got to ask the technical staff, you know, which camera is live. We have quite the setup this year. At any rate, what we're going to do now is we're going to take a break for lunch. It's 11:15 roughly here in Evanston, Illinois, and we're going to take a break so that we can set up the other equipment for the next demo. Barry Miller is going to have quite an extensive lineup of things that he's going to show us, and he needs some time to set up the equipment. So we'll take a lunch break, and we'll be back in an hour. If you're watching at home, don't lose faith. We will be back, and we've got an exciting lineup for the rest of the day. So that's about it for now from the Chicago TI International World Fair in its 40th year for the next hour. Until then, auf Wiedersehen, tschüss, adieu, bye-bye. Green? We have all kinds of technical difficulties here. Some are just simply mechanical technical difficulties. At any rate, welcome back to the second half of the 40th Annual Chicago TI International World Fair, which at times seems to be longer than the actual event. At any rate, everybody's back from lunch, and the audience is back. And if we can get everybody to sit down and not talk in the background, that would be very nice. But perhaps we can't. Anyway, maybe they're whispering. Anyway, our next presenter is no stranger to most of the people who've been around for a while. His name is Barry Miller. He is best known probably in the Geneva world as the editor of the 9640 News. Is that that's your gig? And is also a prolific TI programmer. So I'm going to turn it over to him and get out of the way. And Barry, I'm going to mic you up.
All right, thank you, Hal.
I'll put this right here, and that should pick it up.
All right, thank you again there, Hal. Let's leave the light on for the first minute or two, because the first item on the show is what many people on Atari age have already seen. Chris Snyder produced the 838 PE box motherboard, or board, I'm calling it, exactly sure the name that it's specifically called, but it allows you to use the, yeah, we're going to need the light, Hal. Yeah, because one of the cameras is going to be looking at the top of the case here. But it allows you to transfer or put a board into a ATX case there, so you can then use it for your expansion instead of having an expansion box. I've got mine shown right here. Mine was built, the box, by Chris with a lot of extra updates to it that I wanted. In my case, it was for the Geneva 9640. What I have here, are you on the camera, John? John, are you in the camera looking at the top of the box? Yeah. If you can see my fingers are here, I'm going to point. Let me just go ahead and kill the power on it just to be safe on it. I've got a Horizon RAM Disk 4000 that Jim Fetzner offers. I got the Geneva 9640, a MyArc HFDC attached to it. On the front side on the display is a DRIM that emulates two 64 megabyte hard drives. I've got another Horizon RAM Disk 8000, or 4000. They're both got 8 megs on them. The only reason I've got 2 Horizon RAM disks in here at the moment is I've got some demos on both of them there to deal with. I got a Core Comp floppy disk controller because I was doing some testing. I got a modified MyArc 512K card that adds memory for the Geneve. I have a SCSI controller that is set up to a SCSI 2 SD emulator that emulates 6 256 or maybe 254 megabyte hard drives. That will actually be replaced here next week because it's arriving today back at home with a Zulu SCSI. When I get the Zulu SCSI emulator, I'll mount that so it's actually displayed in the front. It'll have an SD card that has a FAT32 file system on it so that I can make backups of those periodically. And then finally I have a Tippy with a Raspberry Pi 4 on it. It has a 1 terabyte solid state drive attached to it. I hope it's got enough storage for all the TI software it's produced over the next decade or two. And I've got a 5 1/4 inch floppy drive, a 3 1/2 inch 1.44 megabyte floppy drive. I think I already spoke about the DRIM. I'm going to put the case, or the top, back onto the case right here. Any questions about the case by chance at this point? I do have coming out of the back of the case what Chris developed was called a pass-through board for the Geneve that allows you to take a short PIG cable to connect to it. So I'm able to plug my keyboard, monitor, and power to it. So I only have three plugs running to the case to supply power and get the video and keyboard out. I should also add that the keyboard is a PS2 keyboard, which happens to be another Chris Snyder item that he built. So you can use a PS2 keyboard on the Geneva instead of using the old ATXT keyboard with switches that a lot of those seem to wear out. The the Pi has a Wi-Fi mouse plug and also with a keyboard on it. And what I've also done is wired the Pi up so that I have an HDMI output for the Pi on the back of the case. So I could actually hook another monitor up to the system. So if I wanted to do something specifically on the Pi, I could do it that way, or I can log into the Pi from a terminal on the computer itself. All right, and I also have the HDMI monitor set up on my system. It goes through an S-cart converter that goes to an HDMI. So at home, I've got a real nice display monitor that I use for it. All right, we'll hit the power to turn it back on. Geneva does have a PFM boot BIOS on it, so that MDOS is already installed on the BIOS itself, so it doesn't have to load it up from drive, it just loads it off of memory. So the PFM has 384K of RAM on it, plus the MyArc 512 card adds memory, plus what's on the Geneva. So I've got about a meg and a half of memory on the Geneva.
What's a PFM?
Seriously, you don't know? It's pretty magic. Can you guess what the...
I should have worn my other shirt.
Do you remember what was written on the bottom of Jim's shirt last night? All right. Yeah, Jim had a pretty nice shirt there. Yeah, I guess you can hit the lights right now. That's
Turn off the lights now.
Lights off.
lights off.
I got your hearing aids.
I have developed one program here that was released back, I think, about March. It's called MemTest. If I can't quite see the keyboard. There we go. Back in about 92, 93 time frame, Ron Walters released the MEMX and a GenMod for the Geneva. When he did, he released a memory test program for it as well. The memory test program would actually go through and test the memory expansion that was added to make sure there's no memory error. And Ron passed away, I think, before 2000, that time frame. So any source code that he had, I think his original program was written in Fortran, was lost. There's been expansions and updates and so forth. And there was a few quirks that didn't quite match what should have been displayed. So I rewrote MemTest from scratch. And now this goes through and properly identifies the memory. It will determine if the memory is 0 wait state or 1 wait state. And it stays in a recursive loop there or a continuous loop until you hit the escape key. So on the bottom right corner, it's counting right now the number of passes that it's went through for testing the memory. And it's also right above the screen right there on the bottom right is errors. So if you're running the program and you got a question on your memory and you start seeing errors show up in that count right there, you've got some kind of problem. And when it does have a problem, then it will actually flag that page on the screen there at the time that it caught it. So right now I got 1.409 and 024 bytes. For those that's on the Geneva that are aware of it, the total number of 8K pages there going to the bottom left side, it's 172 pages. Free is 117 pages. And fast 0 wait state pages right now are 0. That's on the system. But this is a very good tool there. Jim Fetzer's working on some expansion right there, and I'm sure he's going to be using this program or something, or maybe Ron's original program back there to test the memory on it to make sure everything's as should be. The other thing I did, the program is on Atari Age. I also released the full source code. Almost everything that I'm trying to do, I'm trying to release the full source code because we're all getting older and there's not many of us to share stuff with. But if anybody can learn from the source code, or if somebody ever wants to update it for their specific needs, the source code's always out there. I do need to acknowledge a few people that did help me with a few pieces on here. Those of y'all who know Insane Multitasker, he prefers to use his name to be recognized that way instead of his given name. Mike Riccio, there's some routines I borrowed out of it from a program he wrote called Jimmy. Michael Zapp, he was doing a lot of testing for MAME and trying to identify whether or not MAME was properly emulating the speed of the memory. So he actually wrote some of the code that was the timing loops that would determine whether or not it was 0 wait state or 1 wait state. And then finally, Wilsey, and he is from Uzbekistan, so that's one of the nice things. You get an international audience on Atari Age. Was actually I think the gentleman that wrote up the piece of code that kept me in a tight loop with onboard RAM on the Geneve so that it didn't corrupt any of the memory that was being tested. In other words, if I'm trying to test all the memory on a page where the code is, I don't want to be rewriting my code to some test bytes and scramble my codes. So this gave me an option of using the onboard RAM to circumvent that issue. The next thing I want to show, oh.
I had a notification.
Yes.
Do you need the lights on?
No, do I? No, I.
Someone said, hey, because that's the tone I have for notifications.
Oh.
It startled them. We went like, who said hey? Sorry.
All right. I think last year I may have given a little bit of a demonstration on the after hours bulletin board program that I converted over to from using an RS-232 and modem over to using the Tippy. I made another update to it earlier this year so that if you have a TI-99 4A with an F-18 with supercart, EA supercarts, you got to have 8K RAM between the 6,000 and 7 FFF range. You could actually run the after hours bulletin board program with it. This will, of course, I'm running on a Geneve right now, but it's running basically in TI mode right now. But this is what the sysop would see on their side of the screen. So I'm going to log in. I can log in 3 columns. I think I also updated it since last year, so it provides ANSI support. So if you want to have ANSI screens on your menus that you present to the caller, you can do that. It also supports whether the user selects 40, 64, or 80 columns on their setup, where they can use that. Since I got 80 column here on the screen, I'm going to do 80 column. I'm not going to display ANSI because the ANSI display on the sysop screen, you see all the control codes which don't mean a lot, which are not, they're not really good displayable characters. But on the receiving end, they are. And I will show what that looks like here after a little bit of the demo right here. So I'm going to select ASCII. The distribution of the 80 column will probably occur within the next week or two. Greg McGill and Wolfgang Hess over in Germany are both running the 80 column version on the TIs with their F-18s. This is sort of what it looks like. I'll log in. Yes, you can see my password. It's not used anywhere else, so don't worry about that. When you log in, it'll check all the message bases. I think there's 7 message bases it'll go through, so you can check to see if there's any messages out there waiting to be read that you haven't checked before. And this is what a typical menu looks like. You got your message bases, data library, file transfers, sysop, other BBSs, last callers, so forth. So right now there's actually 3 bulletin boards that are out there running. Wolfgang has one that's in German, a German version of this, as well as an English version. They're both, you can call into them on different ports to his mytbox.ddns.net, and I'll give those the rest of the address here on another screen in a minute. And then Greg McGill is at thekeep.net, port 9918 for the BDP. I'm going to step over to the a demo screens here so you can actually see what it looks like on the user end. I've got a bulletin board. For a while it used to be able to be called into, but then I changed from a DSL-based service to wireless internet coming off of a Verizon tower. And ever since then, they block what they call port forwarding. So the bulletin board is not accessible for outside callers, but I can still go out and collect information out there. So I'm tied into a network of other computers. And this is actually running under a Windows system right here. So you're seeing sort of what my screen looks like from an ANSI terminal, ANSI Telnet terminal here on my end. And it's just part of this is just to show what the ANSI graphics can look like on our system. Multiple message groups, multiple file groups. Oh, they got still message groups there. You got you drop down. Just using the arrow keys, you can look at different message groups. Quite a bit of information out there. There's the one that came through on comp.sys.ti from, I don't know, who posted that on the comp.sys.ti? Anybody know? Oh, that was you? Okay. You, Jim? Okay. Yeah, so that came through. That's sort of what it looks like because I'm tied in out there to that as well. Here's just part of the TI file base area. And then finally, when you log off, you get a callback, nice graphic screen. Now here's the keep that's running under the after hours bulletin board program right here. That's his entry screen there when you select ANSI, 80 column graphics. That's what you'll see right there. And if you've got a TIPI with a Telnet client, or you're running MyTIPI on the Geneve, this is what you'd see calling into his bulletin board. Again, if you look on the right side of the screen under Internet Telnet, it says thekeep.net. It's on port 9918. I'll just step through what he's designed his ANSI screens to look like on his bulletin board. There's the keep. Okay, yeah, the screen looks better there behind me than it does here on this monitor. But yeah, there's the message bases, data libraries, file transfers. The distribution of the after hours bulletin board is set to run off the TIPI. And when you get that distribution, you actually have a preloaded set of almost 4,000 files already ready for download. So even if you don't want to run a bulletin board program yourself, you've got a library of 4,000 files that if you go into the file area later, you can actually do a search. So if you know of a particular word, a part of a word that you're looking for, you can go through the file descriptions as well as the file name, and it will look for the file there for you. Here's the file areas. That's set up the news, TI, or Geneva area. Here's for the TI specific area. There's application, games, programming, utilities system. You drop down into another sub-menu there, and it's broken down even as smaller a more refined list. All these file lists have text files that are written out there and to simplify everything there, so you know where to put them. All the files are stored in one directory on the Tippy. So I've got a directory on the Tippy that's got 4,000 files on it. So you don't want to go through a listing. I don't want to have one file category here of 4,000 files because it'd take you forever to list all the files and descriptions. So I wrote a program and a macro in Excel where you just plug it, the file name into it and to what category, and then you tell it to go, and then it will actually save the file out then into the appropriate text file so that you can then create your new text files automatically there with updates on it without any problem. Here's the message bases, how they're broken down: general, non-computing, TI-99, 4A, Geneve, programming areas, retro computers, that's not TI, buy and sell, and other bulletin boards. Now the German version has German names and stuff that Wolfgang is running over there. Here's a part of his bulletin board right here. It's mytbox99.ddns.net. The English version is at port 61644. The German version is at port 61643. So I haven't got, I'm not displaying the Geneva, I mean, it's not displaying the German versions here, but just the English version. He's got ANSI support added to his as well. This is what he's done with his ANSI main menu screen. Here is a heatwave BBS. How many heatwave callers do we have in here? Looks like I see no hands. Heatwave is probably sees quite a bit of traffic on it. That's what the screen looks like for it. He's got uploads, downloads. That just transitioned from Insane Multitasker over to Chris Snyder. They're both in Texas here in the last about 3 to 4 weeks. I'm not sure if, right now when I look, the number of TI files count on it were 0. The Geneve files were just a handful, but it's more there for some message traffic. Got download options. There's just a file listing how it's managed right there. And just talking about the PE box earlier, here was a message I grabbed off of his bulletin board right there. If anybody is wanting a PE box board, I think he had 3 boards left as of about 2 weeks ago. So if you want one, you got to act quick. It's just another message I captured. Back to the main menu. That's just a listing of their current BBS list that he captured. I'm not sure it's actually up to date yet. It says updated March 2016. So I'm not sure how many of those boards are still running. Last caller list. Nice thing about the Heatwave, it's got doors so you can go into actually some of the other games that he runs from the bulletin board. Somebody was just mentioning here, might have been yesterday, that the Tippy Telnet client may not function with one of the doors. Anybody remember what door it was? Was it?
Oh, that was on the keep.
Oh, it's on the keep. Okay, it was on the.
Those fancy,
Can you say what multiplayer game was that again?
it was Ultima.
Ultima on the keep with the Tippy Telnet client that was.
The characters, not all the characters display properly.
Yeah,
Not at all.
yeah, Matt, if you're out there listening, not all the characters display properly. Pardon?
I've complained about it too.
Yeah, not all the characters display properly on Ultima out there on the keep. So if you hear it, or Greg, pass that on, on the mat while we're on the subject.
I think the issue is not the key. The issue is with the telnet implementation.
The issue is,
The issue with the telnet implementation, because on a PC, the characters display fine. It's just when you go on the TI with telnet, with the TIPI, it's more of a math issue, not a drag issue.
okay. Yeah, I think, Matt, you got some work there. But I still will say you got a good product. So, all right, I've stepped through all those screens right there. It's going to go back into a loop. Go back to 80-column text mode. A lot of people have been asking about the new updates to MDOS. I've got a few things that I can talk about right here. Can we get a little bit of light here so I can read my notes a little bit easier? I've got just a blue glow on my paper here for the monitor here at the moment. Yeah, you can do the back lights. You don't have to do the front lights.
It's just will be a switch up or down. There you go.
Okay. All right. As far as some of the MDOS updates, I have to give tremendous amount of credit to Insane Multitasker for what he has done on the DSR side. He has chased down a number of bugs there on some of the very remote, obscure bugs that's been in some of the memory management routines. Stuff that I've only discovered because I was using the TIPI, because I was really trying to push some things to the limits there. But Tim has been able to chase things down. I've added updates to it as well. But I'll say 75+% of the work has been on the Insane Multitasker side. So I'm not trying to take all the credit for what's been done there.
Barry?
Yes.
A couple of people on the chat have asked you to tell them what the name of the BBS is again.
Okay, there are 4 BBSs. The one I was just describing that I was running here, that the update is called After Hours. That was originally written by, I want to make sure I get the name right, Ed Sham, and he had released the source code to it, and so he has the original credit. I don't know anything about the history of Ed. I don't think I ever met him, so more than likely he's older than me, and I don't know if he's still kicking or not, so I hope he is, but he's been out of the community probably for 25 years, as far as what I'm aware. But that was the After Hours bulletin board. The 80-column update is not on there yet. Greg McGill had told me about one issue last weekend that he saw. It was just on the character set was getting corrupted. I know what the issue is. I just got to find a spot where the corruption is, or put a patch routine to correct it every time the board reloads. So I got to identify that issue and fix it, but everything will be taken care of at that point, and then I'll release the update for it. But the other bulletin boards that are active are mytbox99.ddns.net, and it's port 61643 for the German, or port 61644 for the English version. There's also the keep.net on port 9918. And the other one that's not an after hours bulletin board, Insane Multitasker had, I think, written majority of that. It's actually run under extended basic on the Geneve. It will not run on a 4A, but it will run under extended basic on the Geneve. And it's heatwave.ddns.net at port 9640. Does that answer their questions?
I think so.
Okay, let's hope so. Yeah, talking about the updates to the Geneve, Tim has done has went through and done a lot of things on the SCSI side and IDE to streamline some of that coding effort there. I think there might have been a couple bugs that were very obscure, which is not going to really impact anybody, but he's really streamlined the code there to make it more manageable. He has identified a memory usage problem in what they call one of the extended libraries, XOPs. That's been corrected. We actually identified a video issue that's for a function that nobody's ever used until I used it here just a couple weeks ago. I got a solution to that's incorporated. The other thing I did was there's built-in TIPI support in the Geneve for using some of the telnet capabilities as well as talking to the mouse. I've been able to establish, I think I had at least 8 separate telnet connections running off the Geneve at one time in different windows on the computer. So it's possible to run multiple connections. 8 is really too much, is having too many connections, so you could actually, the best I saw is you could probably run 4 connections, so if somebody wanted to have a multiplayer game, they could do that as a possibility. And probably the last thing that was done, Tim has Insane Multitasker has the CYA program where you can configure your MDOS version to your hardware with all your auto exec commands if you want to in it. Every time an MDOS version was released, it required an update to CYA. I went in and basically have built a table now into MDOS so that the next release, barring any future enhancements, it will have CYA that will work with all future ones. It references, it'll have a table of the pointers into MDOS where it needs to go fix instead of manually coding every little change that comes along. And then along with all of that, there's going to be updates to the programming manual for the Geneve. If people are familiar with the GenProg, it'll also include the TIPI updates as well. There is another driver that I have actually written. I've written an ANSI driver for the Geneve so that right now I've got a batch file that's running. All it's doing is telling it to type a file that's sitting on the hard drive, or in this case, the Horizon RAM disk. These are DV80 files, I think, or might be DisplayFix 128, that Insane Multitasker gave me about a week ago. He had a whole disk full of images that he's captured off of bulletin boards. But the ANSI driver will drop into graphics mode, or it could have stayed in text mode if you select the option for that. And it'll go through and print all the ANSI files or screens that you have. So somebody mentioned just today, this is a nice screensaver. So you could actually set this up in a loop if you wanted to just to display images there without screen burn in. But I'm not, I think there's about 100 screens here, so I'm not going to go through all of it. But this just gives the display capability here of the ANSI capabilities. There's a screen right here. The original ANSI code was developed by the 2 gentlemen you see here on the screen, Mike Masimic and Insane Multitasker. And then I converted that over to an XOP driver. So if you load the program, it buries itself into the operating system, becomes part of the operating system, so you can use that for other capability. And I use that for anybody who's familiar with my term for the Geneve. I use that driver now instead of using those routines embedded inside the program itself. So it calls up, all you do is pass a character to a routine, and it knows what to do with it on the screen. The other thing I've done for the TIPI, trying to remember which, like Make sure I get the right folder. Back in the early 90s, a gentleman by the name of Bruce Hellstrom wrote a mouse driver package that could be used in multiple programs. I know it was used, I think, in some of Al Beard's programs. I think I used it for Windows 9640 back at the time frame. But basically, the mouse driver embeds itself in the operating system. And what I'm going to do next, this is just a status program right here that you can sort of visually see what's sort of happening. This, I think, is, I forget what video mode this is in. I think it's a text mode right here. We'll hit the key 1 for set the mouse. Just need to activate it. So right now, I am in text mode right here. And you can see the plus symbol here moving. So I've got mouse activity here on the screen in text mode. And you can see over here on the lower half of the screen what the current mouse status is. It tells you the location, what the mouse speed is. You can set the mouse speed there. If the video mode button, it's in video mode 0 right now, so that's text mode 40. If I press a button, you'll see a double F there under button 1 that will pop up. So you know that it's a non-zero value, so you know button's been pressed. Push another button, that's button number 3. That's button number 2. And it'll also store the last click position as well. I can step into, I'll change the next video mode. Here's 80 column mode, moving around here on the screen. I think I need to set the mouse there. There's the mouse because I changed into graphics mode right now. So now you can see the mouse, it's in a graphics mode, so I can use actually a sprite instead of a single character. Advance it again. So the mouse driver is available in all video modes that's on the Geneve. And this works with the Tippy. So there's also a mouse driver that was released back in, like I said, in the 90s for the bus mouse that plugs into the Geneve. My intent here is, well, this is the first step. And then I got looking here this past week. People may be familiar with the MyArt program. It was just graphics drawing that saves MyArt image files. I believe the code is going to be very simple to modify MyArt to use the Tippy mouse, and that's the next direction I'm going to try to use for that is take MyArt to use the mouse driver. So that anybody that wants to, so if they didn't have their original Geneve mouse, they'll be able to use the MyArt drawing program. Okay. Hal, have y'all just demonstrated pinball for on any your other presentations over the last month or several months?
I tried to, but it was a poor demonstration because of buffering and latency issues. It really didn't show what a fine, smooth scrolling game it is.
Okay, well, Insane Multitasker modified the 4A version so that it would work on the Geneve, because it wouldn't run on the Geneve as is because of the memory mapping for the way it was set up for the 4A version. So this is still running under what we call GPL mode or the TI emulation mode, but it's just the memory mapping has been changed. So you've got to have enough memory to load the image file, because I think it's 256 megs. So this is the program right here. So is that much smoother graphics than what you demonstrated?
Yes.
Okay. I hope it's coming. I hope the graphics coming through there on YouTube well.
Yeah, it's nice and smooth. It's just on my machine with the capture device I had.
Yeah, yeah,
Didn't have capacity to do it, so it stuttered and jumped a lot.
yeah. What Victor is saying here is in the past, the demonstration they had here, the video capture was delayed, so it was choppy looking. It wasn't choppy looking on his screen, but it was as far as what was captured there for the demo. So I'm gonna hold the space bar, launch it. Now the program has speech, but I don't have a speech card in my system here. And I will say that I pulled the program up here earlier when I showed up at the show. Uh-oh, that lost. And I got my highest score ever that I had. It was a little over 19,000. Most times I'm about 3,000 or 4,000 for myself. I was never a good pinball player. Like I said, wasn't the greatest. But that's pinball there on the Geneve. All right. Another program I want to show that I have that to me is one of the best programs that's been written for the Geneve is written by Fred Cal. What country is he from? Germany? Holland? Yeah, Fred Cal from Holland. GDM 2K. He's written DU 2K, Disk Utilities 2000. He's written DM 2K that works on the 4A as a directory disk manager. And he's written a Geneve version, GDM 2K. And this is the Geneve version right here. This, by far, is probably a step up from any disk manager program. I can't speak what the 4A version does, but let me give you an example here. Right now, I've got 4 subdirectories. I can select a directory right here. Let's hit F2 to select ANSI. And now if I press the C button, which is copy, it's going to copy that ANSI directory over into the pinball folder. And it's going to start copying the files. It'll create the ANSI folder inside pinball, and then it'll copy all the individual files over. So if you want to back up a device, let's say you have a hard drive. Let's say you have a Myrick HFDC with an original MFM hard drive in it. You haven't got any kind of digital media on it yet. You can back up a hard drive to a Tippy drive or another drive by just pointing a single folder. So it's made the ability to back up files so much simpler than what we used to have back years and years ago. So I back up my MFM drives to the Tippy, I back up my SCSI drives to the Tippy, and then when everything's all done and through, I'll go over to my Windows PC and select all the folders in the Tippy directory and slide them over to a Windows computer. So I've got double backups of everything, and it's just so much easier to manage backups on programs. So right now it looks, step over here, yeah, there's the bottom folder here. That's been copied. Okay, these were the files for the ANSI demo that I was showing there earlier. That's about 100 files, I think. 103 files is what's listed there. Type H for help. Get your help. You can delete characters for the file name. Hit H again. You can tab, whether you're on the left side or right side, you hit F10, you go back up to the top folder, and you can specify what folder for the source or destination you're working with. Reread directories, create directories, protect files, unprotect files, move them. These are just capabilities that did not exist in previous disk managers. And just to show something a little bit on the speed of the Geneve, make sure to type it. This is a short little demo program. You've already seen the screens, but you can see how fast the display can move here. Now what you're seeing is that graphic screen is basically, think of it scrolling down 212 rows there. Every time it drops down, it's scrolled down 212 times on the screen right there. So that's how fast that scrolling function capability is doing. And that's in graphics mode right now. I should say it's scrolling. I call it a little bit cheating because there's a pointer there in what they call video register number 23. All you're doing is changing the pointer to where you're setting a new screen offset, so it's just changing the pointer. It's not really copying and moving. It's just changing where you think you're looking at. All right. I did exit cleanly out of the program here. But, are there any questions at this point? I don't know that I have much more to add. Just double check my notes here.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes.
What drive controller are you using? For floppy or for hard drive?
Okay. Okay. In my system, for my 5 1/4 inch floppy, as drive A, I got a Core Comp disk controller. For my 3 1/2 inch 1.44 megabyte drive, it's coming off the MyArc HFTC.
Oh, okay.
I've got 2 emulated 64 megabyte hard drives on the HFTC. Victor asked, just to give you background in case nobody heard, Victor asked what controller cards I was using. Most of my disk storage, or most of what I'm doing, is coming off of the 2 Horizon RAM disks that I have in the system. They're 4000 series with 8 megs apiece on each one of those. That's where I keep most of my source files, where I'm assembling projects, because things run a whole lot faster. I also have a SCSI drive in there. It's with the SCSI 2 SD in there right now. So it's got 6 254 or 256 megabyte drives on it. I don't do much with those. It's more for just testing purposes instead of actual drive use. But the other device that I use has also got the Tippy, and I've got a 1 terabyte solid state drive that it boots from and accesses files, with it being more reliable than the SD cards that could be on the Pi. So the SSD for my case was able to be powered up without an extra power supply on it. And I think it ran between the memory and the little case it had about $70, I think is what it was. So I put that on 6 weeks ago, maybe. That takes a little bit of effort to figure out how to get everything to switch over from booting from an SD card to an SSD, the solid state drive. But it's supposed to be a little bit faster, plus it's more reliable, so you're less likely, if you have a power problem, to corrupt the drive. And what I did to get the SSD over, I copied, I think I copied or burned. I took Matt's image of the Tippy drive that he distributes and used one of the utilities that, just like you're going to put it on a SD drive, I burned it to the SSD drive, booted up off the SD drive, and then told it to expand the folder so you get the full terabyte memory on it. You have to do a little bit of research on how to do that. It's not too, takes just a little bit of effort to do that, but it is out there on the internet, but you got to think a little bit too.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Do you have that, your solid state drive is just mapped as one drive?
Yes, the solid state, the question is the solid state drive mapped as one drive? Yes, it is, because it's a Tippy. It's a Tippy. So the Tippy can, let me give you, I'm gonna pull up here my Tippy drive. I think GDM2K pulls up everything that's on my drive. Yeah, so that's the Tippy drive right here. So I'm gonna start hitting page down, and you'll notice on the left side it's tip 1. That's my Tippy drive. Under MDOS mode, or under the Geneve, you have to have we use a device number 1 instead of using TIPI. So everything falls under it. Subdirectory after subdirectory, after subdirectory after subdirectory. So yeah, still sitting subdirectories there. Yes, started getting into the files there. So what's it showing there on the side? It's got, right now I have on the right side, you'll see it shows I got 207 directories. The used file, or the file space just for the files that's in that directory alone are 31,000 bytes by itself. And there's 35 files as part of that. Yeah, the MDOS, that's, this file right here I'm pointing at, that looks like MDOS probably 730 as a zip file, but it's over 15,000 sectors there on that one.
So how does the access times relative to, say, the RAM disks, how does that?
The RAM disk is going to outrun the Tippy. There's not, I don't think there's anything that's going to ever beat that. And that's why the demos I had pulling screens that's why I've got the second Horizon RAM disk, because I had a lot of stuff there that was being buffered. Let me go to.
Barrett,
Yes, sir.
one quick note on that current version of the Horizon RAM disk ROS. Tim, Doug Warren, and myself tracked down every single possible remaining bug that was identifiable in the versions of ROS from back in the day, including some bugs that had been in there forever.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's the most stable version of ROS you will ever find.
Okay. Yeah. Jim Fetzner is saying that the version of ROS there for the Horizon RAM disk, him, Insane Multitasker, and who was the?
Doug Warren.
And Doug Warren. chased down all the known bugs and everything. It's probably the most stable version. Now, saying that, on the Geneve, it doesn't use the ROS. Everything is built into the operating system of the Geneve itself.
That code went into the Geneve DSR as well.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
That's part of what Tim was doing.
okay. And then, and what Jim was saying is that NC Multitasker added some of that ROS code then into MDOS there, because that was necessary. So the Horizon RAM disk can be, is set up on the Geneve with a maximum of, I think, 800K for a floppy drive, and then the balance of the memory is set up as a hard drive image, and and it's mapped into a table to look like a SCSI drive. A little complicated saying that, but so basically the Horizon RAM disk can be treated as a hard drive on the system. And I've had a Horizon, my second Horizon RAM disk, I pulled it out of my other Geneve. I don't think I'd turned that Geneve on in the last 3 months, but I decided to move the RAM disk over to the one I was bringing here to the show, just make sure it had enough juice on the batteries, but it held up fine after 3 months without ever being powered on. Yeah, there's, I'm gonna highlight the screen. Yeah, for that demo there for just those flashing screens for the different bulletin boards I had, I'd actually created a program called it was a TSR program, so I had a unique key press that I could press on the keyboard, and it would actually dump the first 56K of video RAM out to a file on the wherever I pointed it to. So that was one of the nice things. There's a hidden, if it's utilized, there's a hidden key press that's run, that's tested for every time an interrupt is checked out there for looking for keys. It's a shift escape. Typically, it's not mapped to anything. It was originally mapped to code that was on the Geneve EEPROM that would launch a debugger that was back in the early versions of MDOS. But if anybody that's gotten updates to the EEPROM, it probably do not have the debugger code in it. But I actually utilized it so that the TSR embeds itself into a page where the keyboard routines are, and when it launches, it executes then another program. It's the TSR program. It launches itself, and all it does is saves a file and then goes to sleep. And it was just sitting back there waiting for another key press to turn it back on again to save another file. So that's actually how I was able to save those images. And I've shared this code out here back in about 2002, 2003, and it's out there. But anybody that wants, but I have updated it a little bit to be a little bit better. But as far as that implementation, so if anybody wants that code, just give me a shout, and if they need it for something there. I don't know if I have anything else to add. Oh, there is one thing I could show you. Something I started working on, but it got to be too much for me, and I don't have this converted over to the Tippy Mouse yet, but that look any familiar? That's about as far as I got. I had it where it would store data and pull data back in, but I was thinking of like a single page spreadsheet type deal. But the more I thought about it after I got to this point, being able to do all the math for the individual cells was going to get to be, I think, more than I was capable of doing, so I abandoned it. But there's a whole lot that can be done, though. All right. Any more questions online or anything? All right, well, if there's nothing else, then I think got one question.
How many slots are in
The question is, how many slots are in the PE box board? It's 8. It's the same number as what's in the regular PE box. But the nice thing is it's got it's got more power than the original expansion box. And the biggest thing you have to worry about is it runs so quiet. If you open the case up, you better make sure everything is off, because you're not going to hear a noise there to know. If you've disconnected the monitor, you're not going to know whether it's on or not unless you're looking at the fan and seeing it turning.
Can you get to the fuses in it?
I don't know if it even has a fuse. Yeah, but yeah, on mine I do have a connector that goes from the Raspberry Pi to the outside the external case here in case I want to plug in a network cable. Where I've got my router set up at my house, the Raspberry Pi is fine. I've also added another cable to the Raspberry Pi so I can bring out the video from the Raspberry Pi. So I've got actually a second monitor I plug into it, so I can, if I do force the Pi to reboot, I can see what's going on. And if I want to go over to it and do something, I can do that as well. And I think I said this before, but I got a wireless plug there on the USB for the Pi as well, so that I can use the tippy mouse as well as a keyboard to talk to the Pi if I want to do key stuff in. The only thing that I found, Matt was working on adding USB what do we call it? The USB flash drives, so you could plug it into the so you could plug it in to the Pi. And I was going to bring out an extension cable from the USB to another point. However, I found that with the solid state drive I have and the way I've got the power currently wired, it draws just a little bit too much power, so I can't do that. So, and because I'm going to end up taking up that last 3.5-inch bay with a Zulu SCSI, that's going to really throw a wrench in that. So I probably will not be using a flash drive on this, because that would have given the ability so that somebody says, hey, let's swap, you can transfer files through a USB flash drive quite easily on it. So, but that's not going to happen now, at least not for my case. So, got one other question.
Have you used all 8 slots?
Right now, I have used up all 8 slots. I anticipate pulling out the Core Comp floppy disk controller. I just have not done it yet. And I will pull out the Horizon RAM disk, because I got 2 of them in there. I only need 1. I'll move that back to my other Geneve. So we'll have open up 2 slots, but then I will put in 1 slot the speech card back into it, so I have the speech capability, and I'll leave it an open slot there for whatever comes along next. Oh, Victor's got a
Do you
question.
have to modify the voltage regulators to use those cards on the 838 card?
No voltage regulators were modified. The notes that Chris put out on it, I think the 12-volt line runs a little bit slightly higher voltage than what the original PE box does, so it has the potential of generating a little bit more heat. But it does have the power supply fan as well as a secondary fan in there, and I've not noticed any heat issues on mine. Hal, I think you had a question?
Yeah, I was just wondering, since you've got more cards than you've got slots, would it be possible to hook up a second P-box? I seem to remember that Bob Carmody had a cable and more than one P-box hooked up together. I don't know if it was a timing issue or...
For the Geneve, I don't think that's, I question whether or not another card could be used to expand the slot, but from what I understand, the drivers on the card that goes into the box itself is limited to 8. I think I got that right, Jim?
Correct.
So, but you can, if you're coming off of a TI-99 4A console, you can use a splitter I think that Jim has, that you could actually connect 2 of the flex cable cards to it, so that you could then connect to 2 expansion boxes, so you could have a total of 16 cards in there.
2 of which are used by the flex cable.
Yes, 2 of which are used by the flex cable. So.
Is there any kind of a conflict with that that you're aware of?
As long as the addressing of the individual cards does not conflict with the other cards, you have no problem expanding it out to 16.
Yeah, as Jim was saying, that as long as, the question was there a conflict with cards? And Jim was saying as long as that none of them are sharing the same CRU address, then you got what, 1,000 through
1 FFF.
Yeah, 1 FFF. So you can have a lot of cards in there. I don't know of anybody that's got 2 full PE boxes.
You could put 4 or 5 Horizons in one.
Okay, yeah, you put 4 or 5 Horizons, and you'd be willing to sell them to them probably too.
Except the price on those is going to go up real soon.
Yeah, if you want a Horizon RAM disk, contact Jim before the price goes up.
Because I got chips when I built the first batch.
Okay, you want to come up here, Jim?
Yeah, I'm going to come up there, it's easier.
I'm going to pass the microphone over to Jim.
No, because I got the memory chips for the first batch of Horizon 4000s I built for about half of market price. So I had enough to build about 40 cards really cheap. But the last chips I had to buy, because I ran out of those chips, were at normal price, which was about double what I paid for the first batch. So it changes the price of the Horizon from about $285 to about, or excuse me, $185 to about $240. Because normal price, can't do much else there. And that's not even a pandemic supply shortage price. That's the price that it was before the pandemic. There's only like a 20-cent difference on the cost of the chips. It's just that I got them really, really good the first time because somebody had a bunch that they wanted to get rid of, and they were all good chips.
Do you sell them the drivers and everything? The software, the ROS, and
Yeah.
the latest ROS?
Anybody who asks me for a disk gets a nice fresh disk with current version of ROS and everything else on it. The manuals are all PDFs that you can grab from online. Doug Warren did a really good manual on how to use certain aspects of your Horizon RAM disk that a lot of people didn't really have clues on before. So Doug did a really good job on that. We redid the construction manual for those who actually want to build their own. The schematics are out there. They're a whole lot clearer than anything else you would have gotten from Bud Mills before because I did them in a CAD program and they look nice. Other than that, that's pretty much it for Horizons. As I said, the current version is about the most rock-stable Horizon you can get. Doug Warren beat every single possible bug out of that board that he could find.
How many megs is it?
It's an 8 meg board, although if you put a second 74 HCT 154 on it, you could stack the 512K chips and make it into 2 8 meg boards on a single board. One board you can't go above 8. That's a limit based on the ROS itself. But because the board is designed to split into two memory spaces, you could actually build 2 Horizons on one board, each with their own CRU address.
I think you're going to become challenged on the thickness of the board.
Correct.
Consuming a second slot.
Well, actually, 2 stacks of chips is okay because a lot of the earlier Horizons had them in 3 stacks. This will only be a 2-stack.
Okay, all right.
That won't be an issue. Power may become an issue, but that won't become an issue.
How much power does it draw?
Right now, it's drawing about the normal amount for a PEB card, considering that the older boards that had the 3 stacks used chips that drew a lot more power. It really depends on what everything else in your PEB is drawing. Because that power supply in your PEB is pretty much spec'd out for 7 normal cards plus this flex cable.
So with this test, you're not gonna run into that kind of.
No.
And the backup is double A's or is it the coin battery?
You have options. For those of you who like alkalines, you can set the jumper so that the recharge circuit is turned off, and you put 3 AAA alkalines in there, and you're good to go. Or you put 3 rechargeables in there and switch it to make sure the recharge circuit's on. Or if you're one of those folks who really likes lithium batteries, you can put no AAAs and 1 of the 4.5-volt lithium batteries in there. Again, turn off the recharge circuit so you don't blow up your lithium battery, and it's good for 6 or 7 years.
So it recharges when it's off, just off the power supply?
It recharges whenever the PEB is on.
On.
So you gotta use it.
Yeah, you gotta use it.
And with the experimentation I've done over the last 1.5 years, it'll last 4 to 6 months depending on the batteries you've got in there for the rechargeables without them ever having been turned on, which is actually still pretty good.
Do you know how long the alkalines last?
Tony Nair used alkalines with his regular 4000 board that he had, and he replaced them once every 2 years or so. As I said, the lithium battery, that one will last you 7 to 10 years.
If you turn your pep.
No, the lithium doesn't recharge. Lithium, just a straight lithium. That'll go 7 to 10 years.
Yeah, I don't see any reason why you'd wanna go alkaline, because if you're gonna go alkaline, you'll have 2 things will either happen. Batteries will fail and you've lost everything you have on it. Or if you got a large card, now you got 8 megs you gotta back up on floppies. And now if you got a tippy to go to, that's, or a hard drive to back up to, it's the ease on that is a lot easier. But if you don't have a massive large device storage, I would not think you'd want to go alkaline. You'd want something that's going to stay there.
Yeah. At that point, I would stay with the rechargeables or the lithium. But the manual tells you how to do all 3, because people like options.
Do you use it regularly? Rechargeables are probably good. If you're gonna keep it on the shelf for a year or more, the lithium is probably where you want to go.
Yeah, and as Jim Mazurek said, if you're keeping it on the shelf, use one of the longest term battery types, but if you're using it on a regular system, the rechargeables are perfect.
While you're up here, Jim, you want to tell us about any of your other things you got in works right now?
Well, since this has been a Geneve discussion, Barry has helped me a lot. He had a spare Memex card that was very, very dead. I have a Geneve. Other people have Geneves. Nobody can find a really good memory card anymore because nobody's making Memex boards anymore, and the modified MyArt cards don't work quite as well as the Memex boards ever did. So I went on a quest to hunt down all of the necessary parts and to redo the layout for a Memex board so that a 544K Memex board would be available for any Geneve owner who actually wanted to expand their memory in their system with one simple step. if I ever get a hold of a copy of the GenMod chips so that I can brute force through the 2 PALs on there, the board's actually configured so that it can go all the way up to the full 2 meg of a regular Memex board, but at this point in time, it would only work as a 504K board. And the advantage is every single modification that was ever designed for that board is now in the layout. You don't have to make any wire mods to the board at all. You don't have to put any components in a weird way at all. Everything is designed to be perfectly normal plug and play. The board is at this point getting to the point where I'm actually going to have Chris Schneider doing a test on one of his systems to test one to destruction, but that's where that project stands. Sometime within the next 5 to 6 months, board should be actually in people's hands. And Barry will have one anyway because he's half of the project.
I had another GenMod Geneve that I had acquired that stopped working. And Insane Multitasker got it back to working. But it takes when the Bud Mills came out with the original Memex that Ron Walters designed, you could order chips on it, and he put a little bit of a cheaper grade of chips on the original 504 Memex. That was fine for that version, but when you step up to the GenMod that went from a one weight state generation to a 0 weight state, you had to have chips that were a lot quicker, that met particular tighter specifications. And I think I was one of the first ones that was ever sold the full GenMod setup. I made the changes, could not get it to work. I was getting memory errors. Talking with Ron Walters, who originally designed it. He went through, I sent my Geneve and Memex to him. He looked at it and said, hey, some of the chips that are on there are not what he had originally spec'd out for Bud. And chips had some of the circuitry on the GenMod, which what Jim was trying to describe, some of that circuitry has to, I think, respond in about 20 nanoseconds when you first power on the system, versus some of the other chips which may have been up at 60, 80, or 100 nanoseconds. So these faster chips had to do things to make sure you didn't damage your system or just be fast enough for the 0 weight state. So Bud actually ended up having to go back and acquire new chips there. And I think that's where early on there was a little bit of a bad rep on the GenMod because people got hold of some of the poor quality chips, and they were having crashes on the computer because if you ran a program like this, you'd suddenly start seeing bad memory pages showing up on the system. Are we still showing the screen here? Yeah. If you notice here, if you go on the page there, going across there with the blocks there, page 0 through F, if you look down to page B, or 3, where you see the 4 red blocks there by themselves, that's from a MyArc 512, as Jim was talking about, modifying the MyArc 512 card. I modified my card that I had back a year, 2 years ago. I've been through that card a number of times looking at it. I followed the instructions on it. I can't find anything that I did wrong, but for some reason, there are 4 pages there that do not show up as available memory for some reason. So I don't know what happened, but so I've lost 32K of memory. And that was after I made the changes on it. But because MDOS, when it does a power up, when it initializes and everything, it says, hey, there's no memory there, so it never puts the memory in the page list to be available, so it's not a problem. So that's the nice thing about MDOS. If it detects particular pages there not being available, it's not going to use or even attempt to use them for any programs. So that's why I'm glad Jim's coming out with what he's got going on there.
And I use this updated spec chips.
Yes, and there were, I think, pages that Insane Multitasker had that I got a copy of, and Jim got a copy, I'm sure, a copy of as well, that identified what the particular chips were supposed to be by a manufacturer who offered the chips, because there was only certain places you could get them. So I think that was a little bit of a challenge for Jim to find everything there, but
I've got enough parts to build 50 boards.
yeah. So I don't know how many Geneva users we got. We got, what, two Geneva users here, myself and Jim. I don't know if anybody else, probably not. So anyway. All right, any other questions here in the crowd or online? All right, so I guess we'll turn it over for the next demo. I think it's, I'll pass the mic over here to Al so he can talk about what's coming up next.
Thank you, Barry. That was excellent. And thanks you also to Jim for that information about the Horizon boards. Now, what we're going to do is, since we have a lot of equipment here to move, we're going to take a few-minute break so that our next presenter, Walid Amouli, can set up his equipment, and Barry can move some of his. So we'll be back in, let's say it's 2 o'clock here, our time. Let's say in 2:20, we'll be back online. Okay, don't go away. turn it on? Are we live yet?
Yep. We've been live.
Yeah, well, that's.
You wanna talk on it first?
Yeah, I'm gonna mic you up, but first I gotta talk.
Talk first.
If we could all take a seat, it would be very nice.
I can't hear you.
Ahoy! With somebody bigger than I am, please hit somebody back there and make them come up here.
In the case of the Verizon stuff,
I tell you,
Bud Mills gave
you can drag the horse to the water, but you can't make it drink. Gentlemen, we're having a show up here. If you'd like to join us, thank you. Well, welcome back to the 40th annual Chicago TI International World Fair. We've got another wonderful demo coming up, a brand new modern program created by Dr. Walid Maloui. But before I present him, I want to talk a little bit about what's going to happen tonight. We're going to this place. For all of you online, you missed this too. We're going to the Ridgeville, where we're going to start our dinner, our banquet, give out door prizes, present the John Birdwell Award, and begin the infamous pub crawl right there, all in one short stop. And then we'll find some of the other wonderful watering holes in this city. But before we have the demo, I would just like to talk a little bit about the value of actually being here. While we were on the break, I noticed a lot of people were discussing technical things, social things, reminiscing about past fairs and things like that. And that is one of the wonderful parts of being here, consists of. We urge everyone who's watching at home right now, if you can make it to the fair, please do so. Our next fair is going to be October the 21st, 2023. We'd like to see a lot more people here. We have a lot of our regular friends, well, a lot of our friends that are regular, but they're regular visitors here, and they're not here this year, and we miss them. We'd certainly like to see as many of those people and as many new people as we possibly could. This fair exists not just for people online. That is sort of a collateral program that we have, but for the people who come, because of the cross-pollination that happens with people being present and talking TI, giving each other ideas, giving each other solutions, et cetera, et cetera. And now, that's enough for me. Well, one last reminder, if anybody's parked downstairs, get your car out by 6 o'clock or you'll be here till 12 tomorrow. That's a standard thing. They put the gates down and your car will be sequestered. It is, however, the cheapest place in the city to park overnight. If you don't need your car till noon tomorrow. Enough from me. Let's get Walid mic'd up and ready to do his demo.
I don't want to do it.
Got it backwards. Unless they'd like to hear your heartbeat.
As good as any.
Whoops. Yeah.
Want me to do it?
Maybe we should clip it on your wrist if they just need a heartbeat. I have no small motor skills. That's why I don't do any soldering. Ask anybody. Take it away.
All right. Well, thank you for having me.
Tell me when you need the lights on.
Yeah. So hi everybody. Today I'm presenting my latest game. It's called Kroll and Prumny. Weird name, I know, but I didn't make it up. This is based on a 1979 board game, which was gifted to me when I was a teenager, and is one of my favorite board games. It's a war game, space-themed war game, and it's relatively simpler rules-wise than your average war game, but still provides enough challenges to make it very interesting. And I've wanted for the longest time to recreate it on a computer because frequently I didn't have a partner to play with. My wife doesn't want to have anything to do with it, neither do my kids. So the computer was my only friend here. And finally, after 40 years or so, I managed to finally get it done. So let me show you what the actual board game looks like here. You want to turn off the lights, please? So this is a website dedicated to the publisher called International Team. International Team is an Italian publishing company, or was an Italian publishing company, which produced beautiful games, a whole selection of them. Large format boxes, really big. And one of them is Kroll and Prumney. Unfortunately, they went out of business a long, long time ago. And this is what the board looks like, actually. The cover of the board, and this is the inside. You've got the counters and the various movement cards, etc. And this is the playing field, and I have tried to recreate that exact playing field on the TI. Obviously not on one screenful, but it's actually composed of 4 screenfuls which scroll around. So that is the game. So let me show you now what it actually looks like on the TI. Okay, and the TI locked up. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Hopefully that's not gonna be an omen of things to come, but it wouldn't be a TI demo if nothing goes wrong. That's a tradition, right, Hal?
That's right. Yeah, if it's not, if you don't have any problems, then it's not a real TI demo.
So I've got the program on my Tippy, which I put in that P box here. So a word about the program. It's a pretty large program, and so but the main distinguishing feature of it is that it requires a mouse. And currently, the only mouse that's widely available would be a USB mouse that's connected to the Tippy. And Matt, Jedi Matt on Atari Age, the creator of the Tippy, converted one of the old Mechatronic mouse drivers to work with the Tippy. And it comes with utilities that allow you to control it very easily from within Extended Basic straight. So this happened to be perfect for this kind of game where using a keyboard on a large board map is just very clunky and very slow. So the mouse worked really well. So let's just go ahead and run it. I've got the Tippy configured to the folder where the program is as DSK1. So we'll have a quick loading entry screen. It's supposed to be red. It's looking orange here. I don't know why, but anyway. That's basically a recreation of the board art cover on the initial war game. And then it will load. I'm using here Harry Wilhelm's XB Gem flavor of Extended Basic. This program will run on any Extended Basic, but the XB Gem has much faster loading times for assembly routines. This program is written in Extended Basic with assembly language routines, support routines, to do things that cannot be done within Extended Basic. And so it will be much faster to load it from XP Gem than otherwise with standard Extended Basic. All right, so it's in. Oh, wrong mouse, sorry. So we are on turn 1, and let me just show you the screen. So this game has, the background of that is that the space where this game plays in is weird. It consists of 3 temporal dysfunction regions called blue, green, and blue, yellow, and magenta. And the objects in space, like asteroid fields like here, and if we scroll down a little bit, we have a planet here. These, if they don't match the color of the current temporal cycle, they will not be visible. It's as if they don't exist. They pop up with every turn. There's a new cycle with a different color, and so new planets and new asteroid fields will pop up on and off. So if you happen to be in the spot where a new planet or a new asteroid field pops in, you're destroyed. So I made a map that is in the manual that basically shows where all the asteroid fields and all the planets are, each with a different color, so that you can try to plan your moves ahead and you know where you're going and you don't end up being destroyed by a popping planet or asteroid field. You can scroll like I showed you here with the mouse either way, or if you want to jump to the 4 quadrants of the game, you can press the 1, 2, 3, and 4 keys. So 2 would take you to the right upper corner. 3 will take you to the left lower corner. 4 will take you to the right lower corner. And finally, 1 will take you back to the origin screen, which is the top left corner. The elements of the game consist of several ships. You have cruisers, you have fighters, you have transport ships, and you have bases, mobile bases. Here, these 3 things here are launching platforms. This is where all your units will show up, except at the beginning of the game where we are at now, where you have 2 mobile bases to place. So we're going to go ahead and pop one here. It has to be within 3 square spaces of the left edge. Incidentally, about squares, this game does not have any hexagons or squares displayed simply because of the resolution, and it just will clutter the screen horribly. Instead, it's free space, but the movements still follow cardinal rules, which means you have right, left, up, right, up, down, and diagonals. And you won't be allowed to move in any other direction. So you move your mouse, you select a location for the mobile base and click, and there it goes. If we click on it again, it will display its characteristics, and it will be surrounded by a white cursor. So each unit has its name and its description of it, a graphic description of it. Then it has an element of direction, of damage, of number of missiles, and movement potential. Directions are, like I mentioned, in the 8 cardinal positions, from 1 to 8. It depends, there's no 0. Why? The fact that mobile bases have a 0 direction is simply because they can move in any direction. They don't have a set direction. Here's another quirk of the game. With the exception of mobile bases and fighters, all units have to have a set direction, okay, for the next move, which means that when you place a unit on the board, and why don't we show you that? Let me just put first the second base here. Let me just move down. All right, so we'll go ahead and launch a unit. And so you have a cruiser, you have a transport unit, and you have a fighter, and these are the numbers available for the entire game. If you lose a unit, it's gone forever. So let's say we want a transport. It'll ask you to set a direction for that transport. That direction becomes the direction for the next turn, which means that that transport unit on the next turn will only be able to move in that set direction. So that creates an element of planning where you need to plan ahead and try to figure out where you're going to go before the next move. Otherwise, you're stuck with that direction whether it suits you or not. So let's set it to 3. Another thing is to move it, you can move it either by clicking, I'll show you the regular movement in a second, but you can also go in hyperspace here. And let's do that here. And hyperspace will take the unit out into hyperspace, and it'll be able to move on the next turn anywhere on the map. You'll be able to place it anywhere on the map on the next turn, not on the initial turn. And when it does come out of hyperspace, it cannot move for that entire turn, nor can it fire if it is an offensive unit. For regular movement, we can go to the mobile bases, which cannot go into hyperspace, neither can fighters, and we select move, and then you basically just click on the spot where you want it to go, and you notice it can go in any direction with it. Here you have your movement potential. You can, if you make a mistake, just press back and it'll take you one spot back all the way if you want to the starting point, and then you can just continue moving again. And when you're happy where it is, just press quit and you're done with that. So at that point, for this first phase, we're done. So what is the objective of the game? The objective is to basically colonize planets. And the more planets you have at the end of the game, which is 30 turns, the better, and you will win the game if you have more than your opponent. So the whole thing is to try to colonize as many planets as possible and to prevent your opponent from colonizing, or at the minimum damage its colonies. So the computer turn ends with begins after you. However, there is a initiative aspect to things here, where on certain turns the computer will go first, on other turns you go first. It's randomly selected. There is an advantage to starting first if you're racing to colonize a certain planet, but there's also a disadvantage because you move first, and so your opponent knows what your movement is. So it's a balancing point. That's why it's randomized. You can only introduce one unit at a time per turn. So once you introduce a unit, if you try to introduce another one, you'll be given a warning that no units are available at this point. You can find out what a planet oh, there's nothing you can do here. So once you're done with your movement, you can go to the computer phase by pressing Control X, if I can see here. And at that point, the computer will, am I pressing X? Oh, there we are. And the computer will start thinking. It will load the program from memory, from disk, and then it will take about 5 to 7 minutes to think. I'm not going to put you through 3 hours of a game here. I'm going to switch back to the computer, and we're going to run the emulator and load a saved game, which I saved prior to coming here. It'll show you a more advanced state of the game. I'll show you more units so you have a better idea where we are. This game will run perfectly fine in Classic 99. Once you have control of the mouse, it moves as if it's on a regular TI, which is great. So we go ahead and control load and load. It'll take maybe 30 seconds to load here. So this game was written in Extended Basic with assembly support. Why did I pick Extended Basic? Well, it's very simple to use. It's a really easy language to learn, pretty familiar with it. And it's a lot easier to write an AI for a game like this in a higher level language than it is to try to do it in assembly language, pure assembly language. It's possible, of course, but it takes a lot longer and it's much harder to debug and to get it right. So I used Extended Basic, but obviously a lot of functions that are needed for this game, including windows and scrolling and data storage, are not possible with Extended Basic. All the maps that you see here, all the elements are stored actually in low memory, not accessible to XB directly, but it's 8K of RAM in low memory in the expansion box that normally the XB does not use. And so this is where I'm stashing all the data instead of using large arrays in XB, which would take a lot of space and basically make the program unusable from a space standpoint. more on that in a second. So here's the, oh, this is running, by the way, in overdrive, just to make things a bit quicker. You can see the field. The red units are the computer units. And we can see that the computer here is ready to colonize a planet. Here's a transport, my transport here. It's on a blue planet. It's the blue phase. We know that because it's announced at the beginning of the turn, and you can tell from the color of the planet, obviously. So to colonize, you have to be right next to a planet for one full turn. And once it's the next turn, you just click on it. See, the mouse is very touchy here. I'm going to exit the overdrive mode.
So in the emulator, you can just move around the board with your mouse.
With
as opposed to in the other environment, you had the arrow to go through 4 screens, right?
No, you can use your mouse on the regular TI too.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So there's still 4 screens, even though you can scroll off of these.
Yep.
I see.
It's you can either use 1, 2, 3, 4 keys to jump to different zones, or you can just scroll with your mouse. So here we colonized a planet, okay, and if you click on it, what will happen? You'll get an assessment of its status. Colonies obviously don't move. They don't have missiles. They don't have a direction. They do have damage though, and it will show up here if there's a damage, actual damage. And you'll get also the blue cycle, which basically tells you what cycle this colony belongs to. Remember, planets go on and off, but colonies will stay on the screen, but will not be able to be interacted with unless they match the current cycle they're on. So that's that. We see here that we have a cruiser and a transport on one side, and then an enemy transport on the other. There's an empty space here. That's simply because there is actually a planet here, but it's not showing right now because it's the wrong cycle. So these guys are basically fighting for that planet, and when this planet comes into cycle, whoever goes first will be able to colonize it. Let's let the computer play a little bit here. So I'm going to switch to and I'm going to put it back in overdrive mode so that things go a little faster. So the first thing the computer will do is it will scan the entire playfield, essentially all the planets, and calculate risk ratios and strategic points based on what's around that planet and who it belongs to and what kind of units are around it. It's basically trying to assess risk for its units and deciding whether to attack, to run away, to colonize, etc. This takes about a couple of minutes without overdrive for it to assess everything. And here, let me just move back to normal space. And I put it back in normal mode, not overdrive here, so you can see better the action. So what it's doing now it sent a unit out of hyperspace. It's assessing everything, it takes a while for it to think through everything. There are a lot of factors that are going on here.
It's thinking, is that in assembly language routines, or is
Yep, it's combining both assembly language and extended basic. So it goes and assesses status on the map in assembly. It assesses the status of units in assembly, but then it goes back to the map, and like for example here you can see the movement is slower. That's because it's working itself in extended basic. So we can accelerate that. And it'll do its thing. Once it's done, okay, it will essentially go into combat phase like here, okay? And we're gonna have an area of combat here. If we go, oh, where's my mouse? Oh, there. Here. So we have a unit, my cruiser, which has 2 missiles, so it can fire. But before it can fire, it has to select a target, and I'm selecting that transport. So now it's selected. Sorry about that mouse cursor. That's a little bug with Classic 99, where if you exit from mouse capture and come back to it, there's this cursor, the window cursor gets stuck in the middle of the window. It doesn't affect gameplay, but it's there. Maybe we can scroll there. Okay. So the cruiser, the transport is targeted, and we have, now we can fire at it, and go ahead and, all right, so the missile got intercepted. Tries, oops, let's fire again. Okay, so it hit it. So the sound effects are a little bit accelerated here because we're using overdrive mode, but you get the idea. So at this point, once combat, my side of combat is done, I'm gonna go back into overdrive. Oh, we are in overdrive, okay. We let the computer do its thing. As you can see, in overdrive, it's dizzying. It's moving all over the place, trying to assess what it's gonna hit. And finally, it makes a decision, and it'll go into it. I don't think it has any targets at this point to attack back. So, and so on and so forth. The game will continue that way. There's a phase of administration at the end of the combat phase where all the units are assessed for damage. If any unit has 5 points of damage or more, it is destroyed. However, during combat, if a unit takes 5 units of damage, it still can fight back because combat is considered simultaneous. It's only at the end of combat that all the damage is tallied out and the units are taken out. Also, you can repair units by taking them close to a mobile base and staying there, and they replenish 1 unit of damage per turn. And finally, any unit that is projected to appear over an asteroid field or a planet that's coming up with the current next cycle will be destroyed as well and removed. As I said before, you cannot replenish your units, so you have to be very careful. You have 3 transports, 6 cruisers, and 12 fighters. Fighters do come up in squadrons of 3, but they're individually controllable. At any point, you can go ahead and get a status of the game. Basically, it tells you how many points. Right now, we are equally set. If you want to exit early, sorry, the mouse is very touchy under hyper overdrive, you just press Control Q, and that'll be the end of it. So that's basically the game here. And just to your point about the scrolling, you can scroll with the mouse as well under the regular TI. It's just much slower, as you can see, but definitely scrolls. You don't need the keys to actually scroll. So that's the game. The rules are obviously quite detailed, and we created a booklet here. You'll have to print your own. I created that one for just a few select people who helped me. And while I'm discussing that, 2 people were helping me quite a bit with the sounds. Alan Rateliff, or old CS1 on Atari Age, created all the special effects inside the game. And Ciro Barilli in Italy, from the Italian TI user group, did all the arts on the art cover on the manual and the label of the disc. So thank you, guys.
Is it the game a commercial game, or is it
This game?
Yeah, are you selling the game?
No. This is completely free. Everything has been posted on Atari Age, and it'll be on the TI game shelf as well. So the game is freeware. You feel free to copy it, print it, whatever you want to do with it is fine. This is just...
You were asked online if you had to leave anything out of the game.
The only thing I left out was keyboard control, simply because it's a completely different user interface than a mouse, and it will require a rewrite of the UI to really get it to work with keyboard. And I tried initially to include keyboard, but it made the program way too large, and I left it out. It just
The way
clunky.
I take that question is, did you leave anything out of the original?
Nope, it's very faithful to the board game. The only difference is that I reduced the size of the cruisers and the mobile bases, which take normally 2 hexagons in the game. I shrunk them to 1 square just for graphics capabilities wise. But the rules are essentially extremely faithful to the actual game, down to the attack tables and the ratios and everything. It's very faithful. And the map is an exact replica of the field, exactly what the field looks like, just on a reduced scale. So what tools did I use for this? I did not program this straight on the TI. I used an excellent tool. Let me connect that back. Called TI-coded. Let me exit the emulator. And this is programmed by Steve B. on Atari Age. It's essentially an IDE, integrated development environment, where you can actually type your code in a window. That's one part of one of the 3 programs that make up Kroll and Prumney. And it allows you to use structures that are not normally available in Extended Basic, including things like case statements, for example. Let me find one here so you know what I'm talking about. There's, for example, here a begin-end section where you can group a group of statements in an if-then-else function and type them between a begin and an end, and TI-coded will translate that into actual usable XB statements. It makes your source code extremely reusable and readable, much easier to code than if you were doing it in straight XB. Another utility here, for example, here, see this section here? If C in 40, 41, 42, 43, 4, etc. In the in function, there's also not in. So basically, instead of saying if C equal to 40, or C equal to 41, or C equal to 42, etc., you just put this in that way. It's much more readable, very understandable, and it's translated automatically into something XP can use. So these are the kind of functions that are very useful and make your program a lot more readable. Here's a case statement, for example. Again, this is very close to Pascal, where you basically have a variable, and pending the results of the variable, the values of the variable, you have different functions. And it doesn't have to be single liners, it can be also begin-end statements with a whole bunch of things associated with each choice. There's a while loop, which I use extensively in here. There's a repeat loop that you can use. So once you have your program typed in, you click on export and build the project, and the project is built. And you have a tab which takes you to the actual XB listing, and I don't think I need to describe to you how hard to read this is, okay, compared to this, right? So that huge help in programming complex programs. You have a log if there are anything going wrong. If your program has any issues, it gives you a listing of the line numbers for each variable, etc. And any memory issues, like here it says, it's too large for VDP RAM, so it requires 32 extension. We knew that, obviously. You have a character definition program. You can also use it for sprites. You have a complete variable list, which you can also use to pre-scan. The program will create a comma separated list of variables which you can use in your pre-scan. For those of you who don't know what pre-scan is, here's a pre-scan list. Basically, when Extended Basic starts running, it scans the entire program and allocates memory for variables before it starts, which makes the starting time for an XB program, a long XB program, quite lengthy. So there's a facility in Extended Basic where you can actually declare your variables at the head of the program, like I did here. All these are just variables. They're not associated with anything, they're not assigned to anything, but the program will actually scan those right away, and it will really shorten the loading time of a program. It is tedious to hunt down every single variable in the program, especially a big program. So this utility here allows you to basically create that list without you having to search manually for each variable. So it's extremely handy. And finally, the project, you can set up where you want, which folders you want your programs to go into. There's also a way to auto-run the program. Basically, once you export it, you can go into the emulator. It's connected to Classic 99, and auto-run the program right away. So very, very useful utility. I strongly recommend anybody who is programming in Extended Basic to use it. It will make your life much easier. Another utility program I use quite a bit is Stevie by Philip on Atari Age. It's basically a an advanced text editor that runs on the actual TI, not in emulation, although you can run it probably in emulation. And I used it extensively to test my assembly language support units on the real thing to make sure everything was in order. It's 80 columns. It uses the F18 chip, and it has all sorts of copy, paste, block copy, and search and replace, etc. So really, really useful, extremely well done utility, and it comes on cartridge, and it's available online on Atari Age.
Does it require the F18?
I think it does. Yes, I think it does. I think it does. But they'll correct me, I'm sure, online if I'm wrong. I've never used it, but in 80 columns. It defeats the purpose, frankly, I think, in 40 columns. It's just harder to use. Its utility is mostly in the 80 column feature.
Do you have Stevie set up here now?
No, I do not have Stevie right now because I forgot my final GROM cartridge. I borrowed the cartridge here from Victor. I wish I could show it to you. It's really a very nice program. So these are the two main programs I used. Of course, Classic 99 emulator is essential. It's easy to use, and Mike added the Tippy mouse feature, which is super handy. And I'm hoping that people will be encouraged to use mouse support in future programs because it's something that has been completely underused. I don't know how many programs actually use a mouse in the TI world. Anybody knows?
TI Artist, that's probably, I don't know anything besides TI Artist that uses it.
TI Artist is probably the only one that uses it. And Matt actually converted the TI Artist to use the Tippy mouse. And the main screen I showed, the splash screen, was actually edited using TI Artist on a real TI using a mouse. Yeah, I mean, the image was created by Ciro in Italy, and I converted it to a TI Artist format using Mike's TI, what is it called? Convert 9918, which is a program that actually converts GIF images, or not GIF, yeah, GIF images or JPEGs into a format that is usable directly on the TI. It creates a color and a pattern file, 2 files, and these are directly usable by TI artists on the TI. So I created that image. Unfortunately, there's always some editing that needs to be done because there are artifacts and things like that from the conversion, given the limitations of color space between a regular 256 color image and a 16 color image. TI artists will allow you to edit the image, clean it up, add some text, and whatever else you want to do. It's been the conversion program.
Yes.
It's Convert 9918, and it's on the Harmless Lion website. Okay, it's really, really useful. So yeah, these are basically the programs I used, and the longest thing that took me to complete the program was the AI. The AI, my philosophy towards to game AI, and I've done several AIs. I've done Panzer Strike, I've done Close Action, which is a sailing age naval warfare. I've done Stratego, and now this. The way I do it is I create small, simple rules that, when combined together in a game, create complexity. So from simplicity, complexity arises. Kind of like life, a little bit, evolution. So small rules, like for example, if X is on this spot, don't go there. If I don't know, your missile count is that much, seek replenishment, something of the kind. And each unit will be attached to a set of rules, and it will create a score based on the constellation of the rules that it has access to, and depending on the score, will take a certain action. So the program does not have an overarching view of its world, but it has a limited sections of, it takes limited sections of the world and assigns rules to them, and from that it creates a strategy which is surprisingly effective, and I've used that repeatedly on multiple programs. It surprises me sometimes. The decisions it makes are, wow, I didn't program that, but somehow it came up with these solutions. For example, if one of the computer's colonies is attacked, all of a sudden you see a massive influx of units coming into the rescue, although they will, for example, not attack if they're already attacking an enemy colony, for example. Things like that. And then they'll disperse the minute the threat is considered minimal. And they will protect each other, the units. And these are not specifically programmed. They will it's just numerical scores that just happen to show the optimal path for each unit. And it's fascinating to program, but it's very difficult to debug. Basically, I played the game maybe 100 times. And every time I have a note and paper, and basically I note things, and then I go into the program, try to trace, try to build the numerical codes that are coming up, and try to figure out, okay, how do I fine-tune this aspect or this aspect to maximize the score, to make it behave like not a complete idiot, but at least provide some element of challenge for the player. And yeah, it's definitely challenging, but it's also quite interesting.
Saying you're being surprised by your own AI.
Yes, actually.
You're hearing it a lot in other areas.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it just starts doing things that I didn't think of it. It's just doing it. So yeah, and you know, you don't need a big supercomputer to do things like that. You know, the humble TI is perfectly capable of doing this if you take the time.
So which wins more, you or the TI from 1982?
Which what?
Or
Who wins?
Yeah.
I know it inside and out. I've played it, like I said, probably over 100 times. So I know how to take advantage of some of its weaknesses. And so I can edge barely a point or two over it and win, but not always. It depends also, there's some randomness in there. First combat is the ratios of attack to defense depend on a die roll. And if the die is in your favor, you tend to cause more damage, and so you tend to have a better chance of winning. Also, the initiative is randomized. So sometimes you need to go first in order to colonize a colony. And if you don't go first and the computer is ready to jump on it, well, it'll take it, and then you lose that colony. Things like that. So there's you can't count on winning every time, but it's not easy to win. It's not easy to win.
You talked about the mouse support, and obviously that's not part of BASIC. So you generate that as assembly.
It's a driver. It's a driver that's created by Jedi Math, and basically you load it at the beginning of the XB program, and then you use a set of what we call call links, basically to send it commands or data. So basically you can poll it, you send a call link, and it'll poll the mouse, and it'll send you a set of coordinates where the mouse is on the screen. Okay? The way I use it is I get a set of coordinates, I convert them to a screen coordinate. Remember, the coordinates of the mouse are from 0 to 255 in the x-axis and from 0 to 191 in the y-axis, whereas the screen is a 32 column by 24. So you have to convert these coordinates to an actual screen coordinate. And then what I do, I do something called call gchar. I don't know if you know what that function is in extended BASIC. Basically, it just looks at the screen position and tells you what character is in that screen position. And depending on the character, I execute a function accordingly. So you can go anywhere on the screen, and it's very easy to figure out where the mouse is and what to do, what's under it, and what to do with it. Super simple, really, to use. It's really nice.
Is there a size penalty to it? How much space?
It's the lower 8K of RAM in the expansion memory are free to use. They're not used by XB at all. I used all of it, every single byte of it, but that's not because of the utility program, that's because of the map. The map alone is 4 kilobytes. And every element on the screen you see is actually represented in lower 8K as a map. And it's just because I'm using assembly, it's so fast to read and transfer. If you were to do this in extended BASIC, you'd be sitting forever for the screen to refresh. But yeah, you have lots of space to use. And many people who want to learn assembly don't have to do pure assembly. They can do extended BASIC with a few assembly support units. That's, I think, the easiest way to start to get going with assembly, to get familiar with how assembly works without really getting overwhelmed with every little detail on how to put a character on screen or how to change the color or something like that. Any other questions?
For the assembly part, what was the editing process on?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
For the actual assembly routines, what was your editing process for those?
I use actually Visual Studio Code for that, and it's just a text file, and you basically, I assembled it using the what do you call it? This guy. The Win ASM99 assembler, okay, and basically then flop it into the directory I need and just use it. And if you want to see the code, here's the main source for the main assembly utility, and you can see there is for example, a window utility which basically allows you to create windows that overlap the screen and then are removed afterwards and restore the screen right after that. And it's impossible to do in extended BASIC. Well, not impossible, but very slow. Things like that. Modify map, for example, to modify the screen map. Here's the, I can barely see here. Here. Thank you. So here's actually, okay, here's the planet data, and here's the map. And the map starts here, and you can see it goes on and on and on and on. This is all the map. And then the units are listed here, you know, with their characteristics, and this list grows as the number of units are added to the screen. And it's all accessible through the utility functions on top here. You can update the map, you can look for the next unit, etc. This is all done lightningly fast because of assembly. And this is the stuff where assembly comes in very handy, which you cannot really do effectively in Extended Basic.
Where's all your comments to those lines?
No comments?
Yeah.
I know, I suck at that. I should really, but they're pretty much self-explanatory. Half of the code in there is really just transferring variables between Extended Basic, whether reading variables from Extended Basic or putting back variables into Extended Basic. The routines themselves are fairly straightforward, except maybe for the windowing utility. Yeah, I really should put, I'm probably not going to be able to read this in 6 months, but it is what it is. Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you very much.
1999 fonts, by the way, wherever you got them, very.
Oh, the fonts, yeah. I got them. I got them from sometimes 99er. He's my source of fonts. Anytime I need like a special font, I contact him and he sends me a set. So, yeah, these are the space fonts. This is really awesome. This one. Well, thank you. All right. Oh.
Thank you. Well, that was a great demo. Thank you, Waleed. I'm sure we got a lot out of that because I know that even though I don't know squat about computers, I got something out of it. So you guys probably got 20 times as much. Well, that concludes our last demo of the day. And from now on, we're going to be breaking down equipment. And this is a time for some socializing, some exchange of information. And before we do anything else, before anybody gets to leave the room, we're going to take a picture because that's traditional. We always take a picture and we save it and put it out there so people see who comes. And it's interesting from year to year to see how many people come back all the time and how many new people come back all the time. And it's kind of sad to see some of the people that haven't come back. So anyway, the picture is important. Now, I also want to remind everybody that we're going to go to Ridgeland, which is a new restaurant, kind of kitty corner from the Holiday Inn down there. It's at the corner of Grove and Orrington, and or is it Sherman? Well, they come together, so it's Sherman? Okay, Grove and Sherman. It's on the corner. It's where the old Bar Louis was. They've torn down those buildings, built up a brand new apartment complex there.
Not Bar Louis, right?
Nevins is gone, sadly.
But it's the same.
It's Nevins in that block, but it's at the other end of the block. Nevins is gone, Prairie Moon is gone. A lot of the places that we used to know, the Burger King is gone. A lot of other bars that we used to go to, the World of Beer is gone. Oh, that's, you know, sad, very sad. At any rate, we're going to be there at 5:30. Our reservation is for 5:30. We get there a little early, but all of those of you who are viewing us from Europe, from California, from Oregon, from wherever, you're missing out on a really great banquet. You're missing out on the presentation of the John Birdwell Award, and you're missing out, most of all, well, besides our company, which is the most important thing, but the next best thing is the infamous pub crawl, where we go from bar to bar to bar, and where the survivors the next day meet for breakfast. So, that being said, we're going to close the broadcast, and then everybody will please repair to the back of the room. We'll take a picture, and then we'll take the equipment down, and if anybody needs to do a pit stop or go to the car and put money in the meters or whatever, we can do that until we get together at 5:30. Okay? So that's about it from us, from Evanston, Illinois, from the 40th Annual Chicago TI International World Fair. We hope that you've enjoyed it at home. I think the people here have enjoyed it. I want to thank everybody who was a presenter, Waleed, Barry, Vic, and I also want to thank everybody that did anything for the technical part of this, which is, again, John Shanafield, Jim Mazurek, and Vic. They all do stuff for the weekly show. We have the, I should say, monthly show. I think it's the...
We're upgrading.
Seems like a weekly show sometimes, but no, it's the monthly show. It's the first Saturday of every month, except for July and August, which is times we have picnics and go sailing, et cetera, et cetera. But anyway, the TI show will be on again, I guess, this coming first Saturday in November, or is it?
Because we had the fair, I didn't know if.
Okay, then let's say December, because I haven't reserved the room yet. We don't need to reserve a room, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, we'll know by then, and so will you if you'll join us on the first Saturday in December at the local time in your time zone. So, has anybody else got anything that they'd like to say or do or whistle or take their clothes off and dance on the table? No, I see my wife now. She said no. At any rate, that's it from here. We'll see you all and this channel next year. Bye for now.